All right, today is Wednesday, July 19th, 2023. This is the hybrid regular town council meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order. Will you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next item is roll call. Cody, do you mind calling the roll?
Counselor Scyther,
Here.
Counselor Shu,
Here.
Counselor Hamel,
Here.
Counselor Clucci,
Here.
and Chairman Anderson.
Here. Next is order number 23-076, act on the request for an executive session pursuant to title 405.6C regarding a real estate matter on the terms and conditions of the option agreement related to the school site. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? All right, we're going into executive session and we'll return at 7 o'clock.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's what he said, the cloud, I don't care if it's in the cloud or where.
it's in the ocean. Yeah,
I don't want to use my personal computer for it.
yeah, no, it is clear. Well, and then for me, it's like. When I go to change something, I'm like, oh my God. Like, I gotta call Jason or one of those guys, 'cause it's like, it's just all. Your Google Drive, and your Gmail, and then one thing updates, I'm like, where the hell did that go?
Well, Tom just took his phone. And he had one of the new flip phones.
Yeah.
Someone who wasn't supposed to do it. So he got a new phone. But I'm gonna have to put Jason come down here and show me what I need to do.
Yeah,
To connect everything.
well, that's the thing, and again, when you get on it, you simply just wanna make a call, it's like, do you want this, do you want this, like, I don't know. I mean, I don't want Jen coming down and yelling at me that I click some, stupid spam fish thing.
I did that the other day. I had to call Jason, I'm getting a warning, I'm getting a warning.
Yeah.
He was really putting on something he wasn't supposed to, and then I had Gary Sandberg call me, he was, no, he goes, IT must be fishy.
Yeah.
Because I got an email from you, you're out of the office, so please take care of the attachment. I go, yeah, don't open it.
Yeah, we got and it was a good one. From Standish Recreation Department. From one of their programmers. And it said, hey, and looked like it came through the Maine Parks and Rec Association. And it said, hey, will you guys take a look at this RFP for me and give me comments before I put it out? So it's like, it looked like it gets sent from the
Right.
associations and like, and so I was like, what is this? And it didn't say what the RFP was like for a van or a
Right.
tractor, or it didn't say anything, and so. I said, don't open the attachment, I'll call over there, and they're like, no, it's somebody's hacked our computers.
Well, that happened to the one in Standish, town clerk sent out one saying that she had a similar, an RFP.
Yeah.
And to,
Oh,
she'd like to get feedback on it.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't say what the RFP was for.
Yeah.
So we deleted it immediately. I think the lady, don't open it.
Yeah, no, it's so,
I can't wait to do that. Yeah,
It's too late, let's go outside.
I know.
Fine. One thought I had, that before they start up, do they have a, agenda on the way? Oh, right here.
there's one over there on
Oh,
the
sorry.
side. There's an agenda online too.
Thank you very much.
It's usually on the calendar. If you scroll to the bottom of the homepage, it'll have their date and meeting.
Okay.
Then if you open it, it'll have the agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What I do want to, if you download the PDF online,
Yeah.
it has bookmarks on the left side, so all you have to do is click on the order. that you
Oh, that's cool.
And it's also in Word docs.
Yep.
Written on Word docs. We're going to eliminate the
Yeah.
All right, we are returning back from our executive session. So next item, item number 4 is general public comments. If there's anybody who wishes to speak on anything not on the agenda, now would be the time to come to the podium. Just as a reminder for folks, if you could state your name and address. And as a reminder, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Sue Hamill, and I'm here to talk about the Consolidated School Project, which you as town council members will be asked to put on the ballot for the November referendum. First, I want to say that we all know that we have a capacity issue. We need to solve it. We've had 30 portables at the schools for far too long. They were supposed to be temporary, and we need to do something. And you know that the job of the Board of Ed is to advocate for students. That is their primary role. Their job is to imagine the perfect school and to advocate for it. It is not to figure out what the community can afford. That's the job of the town council. This will be the most expensive project ever undertaken by the town, and it may be the most expensive school constructed by any town in Maine. It will no doubt approach $175 million, $144 million for the building, 10 to 15 for the land, $5 million for Trackview Terrace and the road improvements, and another $5 to 10 million for Sawyer Road improvements. This building, as it's been designed, will be 193,572 square feet. The building committee created a space allocation workbook by meeting with all the stakeholders and asking what they needed in the new school. I think of the process a bit like asking a kid, what would he like for Christmas? In the perfect world, what would you want? And once all the spaces were tallied up, the total size came out at 193,572 square feet. No effort was made to pare it back. The first draft of the building size is the final draft. And as we know, the biggest driver of building construction costs is the total square feet. Here, it works out to 171 square feet per student, while the state standard is 140. The entire project, if it is 175 million, will mean that we're spending $155,000 per student for the 1,130 students who will attend. Deliberate, thoughtful analysis takes time. There are many important cost elements which have not yet been established, including the cost of the land in the downs, the related infrastructure, road connections, and other improvements. Please do not make this a one and done decision on August 16th. when you will be asked to put this project on the ballot, bypassing any opportunity for meaningful public input. Let's get the information out to the public well in advance of August 16th. This is a very big, important decision with major long-term consequences for the town. So please take the time that it requires. Thank you.
And if there's anybody online who would like to speak as well, if you raise your hand in Zoom, I'll call on you.
Richard Hayes, Martin Avenue. I too am concerned with the process of the school. I have no issue with the fact that there is a need, but the process is lacking. Some time ago, I suggested that decisions made in a hurry oftentimes aren't good ones. This is a huge decision. I mean, we're looking at, pick a number, 150+ million. There are other projects that bring the total requests probably approaching over $200 million to town to borrow. That's a huge number. And if the current schedule is held and there is just your vote on August 16th, I think that's a disjustice to the town. There are many things to be evaluated. I don't question Councilor Clucci's abilities. I do question the fact that if we borrow $200 million, that our taxes, whether we borrow it or not, I believe the statement was made that our taxes are going to go up 2 to 4%. I'm fairly decent with numbers, not a math whiz, but that doesn't add up. I've been told that there are outside evaluations being made. I think those need to happen. And I think that information needs to get, the public needs to be hearing something other than the fact that there is a need. I believe everybody knows there's a need. What everybody doesn't know are the costs. And that's the critical element that needs to get out to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to comment back to, the process, I think, and I'm going to quote Councilor Scyther and her Councilor Corner Live or Councilor Corner article where, she talked about how the school process has been one of a long and winding road that's been 10 years in the making, with hundreds of thousands of dollars of investment, hundreds of hours of staff, resident, architect, counts our time to try and make sure that we're doing appropriate due diligence. I have confidence that the process has been appropriate, and really we're at the point as a body where soon we'll be needing to make a decision if the process has produced a result that we feel like is ready for residents to ultimately make the decision. And that is really the decision we would be making in the near term is, has the work been done? Is it appropriate? And is it something that this body feels like is ready for voters to ultimately decide, is this right for them? And so I think that's what we will be voting on potentially as early as August 16th to make the decision of, is this ready for deeper consumption? And it's not lost, I think, on the council and the school board, how big of an investment this is, how important it is to our community, and how we have an obligation to educate people once it's in their hands to make an informed decision, which I think we're fully committed to do if the council agrees to put this on referendum as early as November. So, for those who have questions, I would encourage you to attend a school building committee meeting, email the school board, email the town council. There's a lot to learn, and there's a lot we need to help educate you on. And I think if it goes forward, the town and the schools will have an obligation to give you the information to make the best choice. So I just wanted to respond to the public comment. I see someone online. It looks like you have your hand up. I'm not sure if that was by accident, but we're gonna give you the ability to speak, Miss Kenny. So if you would like to speak, you just unmute your phone and you should be able to talk.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
I'm Christine Keeney. Address is outside of the town of Scarborough, but it's 43 Morse Road, Morse, Greenwood, one word, Maine 04255. My name is Christine. I am the Northern New England manager for the East Coast Greenway Alliance. And I'm here today to speak to you about the Eastern Trail Close the Gap project between Scarborough and South Portland, to ask if the town could make it a priority to get the project out to bid by August 30th of this year. It's a really important project for the town and for the region, connecting the Eastern Trail from Portland and South Portland through Scarborough and continuing on to Kennebunk. And as we're very thankful that the town has been managing this project for many years, but unfortunately it's 4 years overdue at this point. And it was fully funded in 2017. And myself and others are concerned about the town or the project losing the funds if the project continues to be delayed. There's a pretty good contribution from Maine DOT. My understanding is there's been some concern about the project delays. And if the project does go out to bid by August 30th of this year, the construction will not be completed until 2026. So at that point, that's best case scenario. And so at that point, the project will have been fully funded for 9 years once the construction is completed. So I just wanted to say that it's a really important project. We appreciate the town has been managing it. And we hope that the project can get out to bid by August 30th. The Eastern Trail is shown to bring 44 million in economic development impact every year with 250,000 users. So we hope that the town can make it a priority to get out to bid. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to offer public comment for something not on the agenda? Yep. So if you just state your name and address for the record. Mhm.
My name is Dan Perry, 3 Beach Street, Scarborough. I just want to echo what Ms. Kenny just said about the Eastern Trail. I just came back from a vacation in Greenville, South Carolina, and the Swamp Rabbit Trail there is about a 22-mile bike trail from Travelers Rest into Greenville. And to see the activity level and the economic activity along that bike trail is something, if we have a decent bike trail, but we have to go off, we have to detour. And if we were able to streamline it by closing the gap, it would be a phenomenal recreational, but also economic opportunity. And so I'll be frank, I was totally in the dark as to where the status was. But I guess one of the things I'd like to know is what are the hurdles from the town of Scarborough's vantage point? What is the town of Scarborough doing to address those? Does it acknowledge the August 30th deadline? And what can we do about it? Because if we end up going forward, to me, it sounds like the funding's been this in 17. I understand there's acquisition of land and things like that. There's practical hurdles. But have we identified them? And what are we doing from the town's perspective to address those in the most timely and cost-effective way? Because I think everyone agrees this will be a phenomenal opportunity. Don't want to, obviously the schools are a huge priority. I understand, I'm not disagreeing with that, but we don't want to have something go by the wayside because people don't think it's a priority. And I just want to make sure that we are identifying the hurdles. How can we timely address those hurdles so we can go forward without risking the funding source? Thank you.
Perhaps it would be opportune for me to provide a response to that. I know a lot of folks have interest and I am hearing frustration and appreciate and feeling it myself. I'm speaking on behalf of the town, but I am the lead on this. I'm kind of the last man standing. It's transitioned through a number of my staff members over the years. The real status of the project is we have been immersed, if you will, in protracted land use discussions or land acquisition discussions, whether they be easements or actually fee interest that we've acquired. That's taken over 2 years in some cases with private interests. And that's been certainly a source of frustration and a major cause of the delays. The alignment of this trail also involves CMP in a large way. Much of the trail does exist within one of their existing utility corridors. And it also needs to go traverse over an active rail track previously owned by Pan Am. We had both of those agencies in a very good position and then turned our attention to the private interest to secure the other legal rights we needed. In the interim, Pan Am sold the rail line, lock, stock and barrel to CSX. So we're dealing with a whole new company and a new cast of characters. And even that delay was within CMP, which is a fairly large bureaucracy in and of itself. There are a number of new folks kind of on the scene, if you will. So I'm pleased to say that we've worked through and secured all the details with CMP, and we are turning our attention and focusing solely on the CSX part at this point. I will say that hopefully it gives you some comfort. I'm not aware of a hard deadline of August 30th, but we're certainly endeavoring to get out to bid as soon as we can this fall. I'm in biweekly contact with folks in the commissioner's office. I've had personal conversations with Commissioner Van Note no less than a half dozen times on this project. And Dale Dowdy, who's his director of planning, is an active participant in our biweekly check-in meetings. So I feel like I'm very well connected with our funding source. Having said that, there are many very worthy projects statewide that could use this money in tremendous ways. So I'm not so naive to think that their patience is endless. And so we're doing everything within our power at this point, and really waiting on other parties at this point, and trying to leverage all of our connections to get a seat at the table, particularly with CSX. And I believe there'll be a meeting scheduled for later this month or early August at the latest. So I think we're doing everything we can. And I guess I hear and I share in the frustration with the delays at this point.
Let me go to the other people in public comment, and we'll see with time if we can give you another run at it. So I see Kevin Parker. We're going to promote you to a speaker.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, great. Yeah, I just wanted to echo the previous two commenters. Before I start, Kevin Parker, 46 Paya Road, also not in Scarborough. That's in Portland, and that's PYA. And yeah, just wanted to echo the previous two commenters. And then I guess just to follow up on that last point, is there anything else that we can do as the public to help support the effort to get CSX on board? Is there anything we can be reaching out and doing? Because yeah, it just feels like a very frustrating multiple year-long wait for timelines that keep on getting moved back and not really having much transparency into the process. So that would be my main question.
All right, next is Miss Casano.
Hi, thanks for taking me. My name is Sylvia Casano. I am a project coordinator for the Main Trails Coalition. My address is 123 Glenwood Avenue in Portland, and I just wanted to add to the comments that were made that the Eastern Trail is really important to the Main Trails Coalition and our partners. We reference it in our active transportation arterials vision, which is a vision of the organizations, and it would connect all of Maine's 25 largest municipalities. And of which the Eastern Trail is kind of the shining star for this whole vision. And so having it someday be fully connected is really a big deal. And it's referenced frequently in the newly released Maine State Active Transportation Plan as well. So we're really in support of connecting communities. So just want to add that, and thank you for all your work on this, and it's good to hear where you're at. Thank you.
Great. Is there anyone else in the public who would like to comment? All right, if you could come up to the podium.
Hi, Tim Lambert, 12 Iris Drive, Scarborough. And I'll start by saying that I moved to Scarborough because of the Eastern Trail, and I paid a premium for my house to get a house that was adjacent to the Eastern Trail. And I know that this project has it's definitely, I was involved with the fundraising early on. And I know that it seems like the project definitely has been dragging on. Mr. Hall, I know you mentioned all the different moving parts, and what concerns me when you mention CSX is that I think that the trail should still go forward as far as it can. If for some reason CSX doesn't want to play, because we've known in the past that Pan Am was occasionally difficult to get agreements with. There's always moving parts, right? So I think initially it was, we're trying to get the land acquisition, and South Portland was waiting for Scarborough, or Scarborough was waiting for South Portland. And it just seems like with this particular project, for whatever reason, the stars never seem to completely align. But as long as everything mostly aligns, like right now we have a dead end trail. We get to the Nonsuch River and it dead ends right there. So we've been, living with a dead end trail for almost 20 years. What if we just move that dead end or find another way out to Pleasant Hill Road if we can't get over Pan Am's, over the rail line right away. So I just want to make sure that, if we hit a roadblock with somebody, let's just keep the trail going as far as we can and cross that bridge when we get there. Thank you. Two bridges, yeah, a couple bridges.
Would you like to?
I'm Sylvia Willett from 42 Whistler's Landing in Scarborough, and I've probably called or emailed Tom several times over the years saying, when, hurry, please. I don't want to age out of this, because every year I'm getting a little older and I want to ride my bike over the gap. Please hurry, please, please, please. I can't do any more than beg. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to offer public comment? And if anybody else would like to offer, you can go ahead and line up behind the podium as well.
Bob Boker, 21 Summerfield Lane in Scarborough. I was a member on the board of the Eastern Trail Alliance for about 15 years. And during that time, we mounted a huge campaign to raise funds to close the gap, to meet the local match, to close the gap. Now, I want to say that the town has been a huge supporter of the Eastern Trail. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, legal fees, whatever, that people don't even know about. So, the town has really stepped up their effort to on the Eastern Trail and to close the gap. But during this fundraising campaign, we promised people, boy, we get this local match, we're going to be able to go forward and close the gap. And, it just hasn't happened. And I feel bad talking to people when they ask, well, what's the status? Well, we're in negotiations with landowners, and, that's been the excuse for a couple of years. And I know the town shares the frustration with this, and I just want to support trying to focus on this project and get it done. One other thing, we have a highly used section of the Eastern Trail. I don't think anyone can question how successful the Eastern Trail has been. There's hundreds of people out there every day, even on bad days, during the week, weekends, it's just completely full. Particularly the section between Black Point Road and Pine Point Road. It's probably the most used section of the Eastern Trail for all the sections that have been completed. However, the condition of that trail is very poor. I would say hazardous to cyclists. And I'd like to remind the town that we need to maintain a safe trail on a you know, a lot of people use that to, even road bikers with skinny tires connect from Pine Point Road to Black Point Road. Even with wide or hybrid tires, my wife refuses to go all the way to the bridge because of the problem with soft sand and gravel. So I would urge the town to recognize we've got a huge resource here that's highly visited. You know, I don't know how many thousands of users a year, but we need to maintain it properly. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who would like to offer public comment? No? Okay, with that, I am closing general public comment. Next is item number 5, minutes, June 21st, 2023, town council meeting. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Can I get a second? Any discussion? No, all those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Item 6 is adjustments to the agenda. There are no adjustments to the agenda today. Item number 7 is items to be signed, treasurer's warrants. I signed those right before the meeting. Item number 8 is the town manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a further comment or two on the Eastern Trail. I'll certainly bring up to my colleagues at the state and others involved, you know, possible modifying the scope of the trail, as was suggested, to kind of move the endpoint to a further point. That's certainly worthy of discussion. We wanted to maintain this project as Close the Gap as originally envisioned in terms of scope, and I suspect that will be the response, but I assure you I'll raise that as an issue. And just to clarify, the town is not the one that will actually let this contract. DOT, because it uses state and federal dollars, dictates all the requirements before we're actually able to go to bid. And that certainly includes acquiring all the right title or interest that is required so we can actually place this trail where we intend to. And we also need to secure all required permitting. So those are two, I would say, hurdles, but those are requirements, and we're really at the direction of DOT. And again, I believe we have very strong connections, and at this point, I don't expect that our funding is jeopardized at all. And to the final point that was raised, I too feel bad and have taken calls from personal individual donors and corporate donors and providing explanations as to delays, and I'm certainly pleased to do that. Bob, if you want to direct anyone to me, I understand the delays can be frustrating, certainly for those that have put their hard-earned money up on in support of the project. I'll promise the council that I'll continue to leave this as a standing report item on my agenda so we don't lose sight of it. And I know Todd Souza, the Director of Community Services, heard the comments on maintenance of the trail. We'll certainly pay attention to that a little closer. Other matters of interest, the Scarborough River Dredge Project is moving right ahead. They did receive 4 different bids for that project, all of which I believe are within budget. So that's very, very good news. We are coordinating efforts to communicate with all mooring holders. Just appreciate that this dredge will require that all existing moorings off Pine Point will need to be removed so the dredging can actually occur. And that deadline will be by October 20th. So we'll do communication to current mooring holders, and that's removal of all the heavy block that holds the mooring in place, and all the chain and tackle as well. So it's a fairly large endeavor to move all of those out of the dredge area. But good news that they have bids and things are on track. Higgins Beach cleaning. This is we do weekly beach cleaning in the height of the summer, if you will. Pine Point has its own approach with a crew of public works folks using a beach rake and actually driving up and down the beach and removing seaweed on a weekly basis, sometimes more than once a week, depending on the conditions. With respect to Higgins Beach, the homeowners actually collect it and kind of put it in piles. For our part, we come down and remove the big piles and take them up to our disposal facility. We've worked under a letter agreement from DEP dating back to 1981 that supported that activity. Recently, I believe a resident inquired to DEP as to the status of our right and appropriateness of our ability to be doing that. And DEP's response was, well, we're not really comfortable with that arrangement anymore. And at this point, they're advising we need to go through an official National Resource Protection Act permit, which I think is a fairly steep endeavor. We're exploring what that means in actuality. And there's a meeting set up for next week to further explore that. In the meantime, they've directed us to cease that activity, and so we have. So I just wanted to alert the council that as you might expect, there's seaweed that's on that beach, and we'll continue there until we can work this out. But this is something we've done for decades upon decades and will continue to, but we certainly need to comply with the law. And I suspect next time we meet, we'll have much clearer guidance in terms of what those requirements are. In terms of beach parking, just anecdotally, this council will recall somewhat at the last minute. I believe Councilor Calucci was the one that suggested it, but it was unanimously supported, as I recall. It was not. Oh, I beg your pardon. Interesting, or not surprisingly, we have sold quite a few more beach season passes this year. At this point, about 300 more than last year, and still selling. A day doesn't go by. Anecdotally, we also hear that from the gate attendants that folks, when they're told that the rate is now $30 a day for the months of July and August, turn around and go somewhere else. I'm not sure if they go to another community or they find alternative arrangements. So there's some potential lost revenue, and I think Todd and his crew are actually keeping some rough notes in that regard. So we'd like to provide you just an update. I suspect with the additional sale of beach passes, it might all even out in the end. But this is the height of the season, and the sun is finally shining. So I guess that's the other factor to think of. We haven't had too many bright and sunny and warm weekends at this point.
Tom, what's the cost of the resident beach pass?
$40.
40.
That was pretty-
$5 for an additional.
$30 next door to me today on a Wednesday with no restaurants.
Fair enough. I just wanted to keep you abreast. It was a decision you made.
No, today is $30 to park in Old Orchard next door to me, and they don't offer restaurants.
Quick updates on construction projects. The signs on Gorham Road are certainly something that should be, you should pay attention to. I think it says long delays. Maybe we can add another long. I assure you, the end is in sight. I'm looking at Angela here, who's overseeing this project. I believe the complete binder course of pavement is down. The next phase will have slip form curb laid down on top of that, and then they'll backfill and create sidewalks, which is a major part of this project. And then there'll be final paving on top of that. So we'll provide further updates, but we're in for some further delays as they complete these final pieces. Mitchell Hill Road, for its part, there'll be full road closures. I think we've done a good job through social media and through advertising with message boards in the project zone or area. We're doing replacement of 2 major culverts. These span the entire width of the roadway, which requires the full closure. But that project's going on kind of as expected, and quite nicely at this point. And then a matter that perhaps we'll touch on later on your agenda, there's a budget adjustment that I've proposed to the Finance Committee. It's under your consideration tonight. There's a couple of projects that were funded in last year's budget. They're both for pedestrian improvement projects. One was at Spurwink Road and the other on Highland Avenue. They've kind of run a parallel path because of the funding timeline and kind of the design timeline. We did go out to bid on the Spurwink Road project. That project came in significantly higher than budget. And we think it's really important to keep that scope fully intact. That section of road is heavily traveled, particularly with bikers. And we're proposing to actually not proceed with the Highland project at this point. We have engineering design in hand, can come back to that at any point if we wish, but to direct some of those funds to the Spurwink project, be able to advance that project as initially intended. Again, that's on your agenda as a budget adjustment as part of the budget bond order this evening. Speaking of bond order, we are moving to the next step. Hopefully council you'll certainly consider, and hopefully you pass in first reading a bond order this evening, which really is the first step in the process. It will come back to you for final consideration at the August meeting. In the meantime, we have engaged our financial advisor and bond counsel, really starting to prepare the official statements, and we're on schedule for probably going to bond market sometime in early to mid-September at this point. And 3 additional items I did not include. I'll make certain that they're added to the agenda for the minutes. Yesterday, we went live with our adaptive signal controls. This is new technology we've employed at 5 intersections, starting at Oak Hill and all the way to the main med campus. These adaptive signal controls use a variety of technology, but unlike kind of the old timing systems where you simply have to wait your turn, these actually learn over time and are reactive to demand. They're sensitive to where the demand is. As you can appreciate, there's a seasonal effect in this community. Certainly when school's in session, particularly at Oak Hill, that matters. So this is a learning process. In fact, before we went live, the system kind of watched and learned for about 2 months or so. And that's not to say it knows everything yet. And so stay tuned. I raised it and it was highlighted in our last e-newsletter. I just want to alert the public that things are different, and perhaps you'll notice some difference. We fully hope and expect you'll see some improvements. Our experience in the Dunston area of town has demonstrated pretty consistent about 20% efficiency improvements. So we do expect there'll be some noticeable improvements, and interested in your feedback as we go forward. As I look at Todd, I'm reminded we did submit an action plan, and this is through the Age-Friendly Communities, AARP, and we have an updated a 3-year certification in hand, due in large part to our advisory committee, but also our community services staff with Cindy Tobias and Jill Deering. So it's an effort that's been probably 10 years in the works, and very pleased that we're able to continue that. And last thing I'll just mention, Dresser Road. I was contacted probably 2 years ago by a number of residents concerned about the speed of traffic on Dresser Road. Dresser is a small little street between Holmes Road and Beach Ridge Road, kind of a country type road. And it has always been a 45-mile-an-hour speed limit. We petitioned DOT to do a speed study. It's taken them almost 1.5 years to do that, but they have come back and have agreed to reduce it to 35 miles per hour. And I mentioned that for 2 reasons. One, just to demonstrate how long it takes for this to happen. But in my experience, typically we don't see reductions. So I'm a little surprised to see a reduction here. But for anyone that has concern about their streets, we're certainly pleased to hear from them. But it is a long process to actually go through and do the requisite traffic studies and establish what the appropriate speed should be. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions for Tom? No.
I did have a question. I mean, I know at the top of the order here for Tom's report, there was a commitment to provide some sort of project update on the school building process.
Yeah,
So
my
we
apologies.
kind of skipped over that.
I did. Yep. My apologies. I get thrown off track with Eastern Trail. Yeah, school building project. I just want to update the council and the public. My personal involvement. I've certainly been very involved in the site acquisition component. That's involved commissioning appraisals, understanding the results of those, negotiating with our counterparts in terms of with those results. We're also staring at a deadline or a contemplated deadline, which would be to kind of move this to the next phase of legal relationship to an option agreement. So we've started the process of understanding what that agreement might look like and what its terms may be. Beyond that, I also participated with a finance subcommittee of the school building committee that is doing a number of things, most important of which at this time is looking at debt modeling potential. And for my part, I've gone out and secured 2 different independent reviews to kind of conduct, I'll say, reasonability tests, kind of sensitivity analysis, if you will, and general input, whether or not the model is capturing all the inputs it should, and whether the assumptions we've used are reasonable. Barry Dunn has provided preliminary comments and some very good input that I think has already been incorporated. We'll be commissioning them to do a bit of a deeper dive beyond that. We also have GPCOG for their part. More than likely looking really at the assumptions. And I think what they bring is kind of a trove of data sources in kind of a local perspective. So we're hoping with these additional outside inputs, it will give you the confidence that the model does in fact do
a better than decent job of modeling the impacts. Time will tell, and certainly you'll be the arbiter of that.
Great. Any other questions for Tom?
Thanks for pointing that out, Don.
All right, I'm moving on to item number 9, non-action item, review of Community Services Advisory Board recommendations regarding implementation of the Parks and Facilities Master Plan. And we have a table set up here, so if any members of the committee want to come up to share feedback, questions, please feel free to come and take a seat.
Okay. Do that.
So while we're getting settled in, I'll just kind of take the lead here and thank you for giving us this opportunity. Again, the board has been working very hard since the plan was accepted in March by council. And when I get to Chair Art Dillon, he'll give kind of the recommendation right up from the board that they've been working on. Just want to give them kudos over the last year. They've worked really hard looking at goals. And again, as we as a department have gone through the master plan process, they've been right along with us thinking about stuff. So they really worked hard the last 3 months to kind of pull stuff together based on your requests, but they've been working in the background to kind of set their goals. And I think they've come up with some high level thoughts. If Liam will pull up that first, I'll just take 5 minutes to kind of in a concise way, the master plan, if you haven't looked at it or reviewed it in a while and it's online, they really gave us 6 goals that lead it up in the executive summary. And I won't read through all the action items. I kind of just want to go through the goals and then turn it over to Art. But really the first one is, that's way too far away for me to read. Hang on. The first one is to continue and improve organizational efficiencies. And so then they list out 6 objectives there. And what we're doing on the department level is we're going through these goals. We're looking at action items that we think we can obtain during that time, and then kind of setting short or ongoing or short-term items. And then being able to come up with a plan in our department. We can come back to you as the board periodically to review kind of those status, whether it's, in design, in process, or it's been finished. So when we get into financial conversations, decision-making, we can come back. I can report back and continue to work with the advisory board on what we should push forward, what we shouldn't, and they'll touch base a little more on that. So on this first one, again, improve organizational efficiencies. The top 6 objectives there are continue and enhance, improve internal and external communications, explore opportunities to hire additional positions to supplement existing staff, explore opportunities to use contract providers and increase programming and service delivery, enhance the relationship with the school district, enhance the relationship with local athletic associations, and then the 6th one there is enhance the relationship with local businesses. So you guys have a copy of that in front of you. I'll make sure Tody gets that to go with the packet. That was a late addition to it. The second goal there on the bottom, they talk about continuing to improve program and service delivery, and they list out 4 objectives here. One is explore opportunities to offer aquatic programming based on demands and trends. Second would be effectively manage existing programs and develop additional recreation opportunities. Third one, work with other service providers, develop program and service to meet demands and trends. And then lastly, continue to develop affordable and equitable recreational opportunities. So when you go through these, you'll see those action items and count how we're going to look at, and then I'll break it out through my department. And then the goal for us will be to assign a staff person to be kind of liaison to those different actions. So then we can have check-ins. Not one person can manage everything that's going to be kind of moving along. So, and try to bring my staff along with it. Third one, improve and expand facilities, parks and amenities. And this is probably the most complicated one out of this whole piece, because it comes down to prioritization, funding, where does it fit in the timeline, all the things that you are battling with now as a council. First objective there, to continue to maintain and improve existing facilities, parks, facilities, and amenities. Add new parks and components based on details, and in section 8 of the report, it talks about where those deficiencies are. And then third, upgrade comfort and convenience amenities at existing facilities. those are, picnic tables, benches, things, those kind of things all have a lifespan. Fourth goal, addressing ADA concerns at all facilities. Fifth one, goal through the project, increase financial opportunities. And this kind's in a couple different lenses. The first one is review existing fees and restructure to meet current and future funding realities. Explore additional funding options, and then explore opportunities to increase sponsorships. So we've listed out strategies for each one of those items. And then last but not least, goal 6 would be an improve, maintenance and operations. Objective 1, explore opportunities to hire additional staff in order to improve maintenance operations for both programs, parks, facilities, and services. 2 is explore opportunities using contract providers to increase maintenance and operational performance. 3, implement, improve maintenance and operation procedures. And then lastly, implement a capital improvement plan, acquire funding to upgrade and replace outdated systems. So those are all goals and objectives that came direct out of the master plan and the executive summary. We've taken and put in kind of action items that we think we can work along with the recommendations that you're going to hear from the advisory board. And I was going to do this after Art speak, but I just thought it was appropriate because that's where this whole started, was from the master plan. And then Art will share kind of with through the board what their thoughts were. And I've kind of on a different sheet and don't have it here for you, but kind of matched up which goal meets with which objective and how we go. But I would be remiss if I didn't introduce the board for you. And I'll start all the way at the end. Emily Coughlin Quinn. Ellen Coughlin. Hang on a sec, glasses. We have Emily Loader, who's not here. Ellen Coughlin Quinn. Yes, Ellen Coughlin Quinn. And then Amanda Doherty's on next. Alex Marshall, Chair, Art Dillon, Roger Shabbat, and then our Vice Chair, Trish Bridgham. So this is our advisory board. We're missing one person this evening. And we have one empty seat, I believe, 2. Oh, yeah, sorry, Rick Murphy is not as well. So 2, and we have one empty seat. So now I'll turn the presentation over to Art to go through the recommendations of.
You can do it from there.
And I'll go sit here.
It should be on.
Yeah, there we go. Well, thank you. I want to start off by thanking the rest of the board as well. We've been doing a lot of soul searching and goal setting from the end of last year. And then when we got the master plan, we dove into that and then got your requests on the recommendations and an aggressive timetable to meet, which I am floored that we got it done. But thanks to everyone, we met quite often together and separately with Todd. So we met and we broke our goals, our recommendations into basically 3 categories: an immediate 0 to 3 years, and then a 3 to 5 year capacity, and then just about everything else is don't forget it. Let's review it every year, see if something comes to the top that we need to address sooner. So it'll be an ongoing thing. The master plan, as you know, is well over 350 pages, and a lot of great information there. So we met quite often. We broke up into subcommittees, and I'm just going to dive into the immediate goals, recommendations that we put forth. The first one, 0 to 3 years, support the community center development process. We know there's lots of priorities in the town. This has been an ongoing desire. I think it's been in the last 2 comprehensive plans. And for a town of our size and stature, it's really remarkable. There is not a community center within our town, even a modest one. I won't go into all the sub descriptions. I'm assuming you have this. Okay, great. The second one was maintenance of current facilities. That's an ongoing every year. The staff, and thank you to the staff, they've been terrific as well. Prioritizing what needs to be maintained, updated, repaired and such as the Eastern Trail. And that I think just bumped up a few notches. But I do know over the last few years that has been done as well. 3, make the beach environment a resident priority. It's one of our gems that should capitalize on. We'll be reviewing fees again and hopefully making another recommendation for you and hopefully to support you guys in your decision making for that. The 4th one, volunteer recruitment and community partner development. This has been a goal that we've been hashing around, and how do we develop it? I look at it as kind of infrastructure to help facilitate a lot of everything else that we do or recommend for community services. What do our residents want? You know, what's hot, trendy? You know, is it pickleball, you know, for the next 5 years, or is it going to be, you know, cycling? I mean, cycling's big anyways, but I think you get my point. The 5th recommendation was program development for 0 to 6 adult and outdoor rec and nature activities. We're up to 23,000 people now, you know, wide, diverse interest. It needs to continue, and we've been hearing, I don't want to say recently, but more, especially for the young children, more development and more programs. The 6th, professional development expansion for the CSAB staff, community services, giving them the opportunity in training that they need to sustain us and keep going, making sure that we're providing, you know, the funds so that they can be trained properly to help us all. Again, it's infrastructure. The second planned 3 to 5 years, which would bring us 2026 through 2029 recommendations. This came out of a bunch of discussions, a multi-use outdoor pavilion. It's utilizing what we have and how can we make it better. I'll just expand on this a little bit. We started, I think, talking about this last year in a few discussions, but this could be our new ice rink that's utilized not just when it's cold. I mean, shade over the ice makes it last longer. It could be multi-used in the summer times, fall times for different activities. Could have street hockey inside it. You could have different fairs or gatherings. There are quite a few other communities that have something similar. And I think it's a great, for what we put forth with our current ice rink, that's the big catch. It's only available a limited amount of time. So we should provide it and not just spin our wheels.
Can I ask a question on
Yeah.
this one? So are you guys proposing, because the way it reads to me is it would be a different site location, but the way you just described it makes it sound like we want to maybe consider updating our existing infrastructure?
We didn't dive into
Okay. So
location.
still to be
I
determined.
I'm sure you could level that area off and
Mhm.
make it worthwhile. But there might be a different location that's more suitable,
Yeah.
better access, parking. I
Mhm.
mean, I know you have the school right there,
Yeah.
but we didn't dive into that.
Okay.
We just wanted to propose that recommendation to.
And I would just suggest too, like whichever board members are sitting on the community center committee, this might be something to bring to that group too, to say, is that within scope of what we would want for a community center? And also, I think it's probably worth continuing to pay attention to the Downs and what they're doing in their downtown as that advances, because I remember at one point, this was conceptually something that was put out there. I don't know if it's gonna come to
think-
fruition, but again, just knowing if that's an important thing that we continue to keep track of.
I think that's probably kind of comes where I remember that as
Mhm.
well. As a focal point.
Yeah.
For a variety of items.
Mhm.
The second 3 to 5 year was trail development and connectivity. Improvement, which leads into closing the gap. But trails making access, to the school or
Mhm.
schools, a little bit easier.
Can I add a comment on this one?
Yeah.
Again, other counselors too, feel free to offer questions or comment. This one, and I know I shared this with, I think you guys, when I provided some input early on in planning for this. When we had the all board summit, one of the key themes was a real opportunity for multiple committees within the town to address connectivity desires. And so I think that this should be probably higher from a priority perspective, from my perspective, not that you guys have to do that, but I think there's a real opportunity here to leverage not only this committee, but other committees in town to really make some significant progress there, which could include the Eastern Trail piece that was just discussed. So I would like to see that maybe put more forward in your earlier part of your plan. And I don't know, I don't have a recommendation on what would come off, because I think it's a pretty aggressive big plan, but in my mind, I would like to see that kind of prioritized at the top, not only for this group, but in partnership with other committees.
Point taken.
Mhm.
We had that similar discussion, we didn't want to put 20 items,
Mhm.
which we could easily do
Yeah.
into 0 to 3 years.
Mhm.
One step at a time,
Yep.
and but that's up to you.
One of the challenges here, and I think that we've kind of identified as a board, as we've been working through stuff. I've come to them my first 5 years here at the end of the road, right? Here's what we got ideas. And so when they were looking at these recommendations, now it's like, okay, we want to set things that we can feel like we finished something. So when we get this really going, it's going to be development. The development is happening now. This should say build and construct in 3 and 5 years, knowing that we're going through the transportation plan and working with the transportation committee and things that we've talked about. But we need to try to break out these goals where we can say we feel like we achieved something, like spend 6 months developing, contract, construct. And so that's kind of what, and maybe this didn't reflect in the best way, but that was kind of what we talked about. So we feel like we can get something done, and I can come to them and say, what do you think about this? How do we get input? We do a lot of getting this, but we don't go back out with information. So that's kind of, so that maybe we've lacked a little now.
Just that if I could add during our conversation, this is fluid.
Mhm.
So something, that point, you want to get a win. And maybe what's on our 3 to 5 years, all of a sudden, things come together and we get a win, and so it shifts.
Yep.
So it's always ongoing and always in development.
Identifying these things is half the battle. So
Yeah.
just even just having it in a plan that we can reference is
Yeah.
super helpful.
Mhm.
The third recommendation under the 3 to 5 year is field expansion and development. As in the master plan, they made some recommendations reconfiguring some of the fields, getting more use out of it, which I thought was fantastic. We expand without expanding.
Mhm.
But it's a planning process. Todd and his staff have to figure out how long does softball go, how long does baseball, and all the other sports that utilize parts of those fields, the track and field, if that were to be an issue. So there's a lot of planning in that regard. Trying to take away a field at any given time to redevelop it is going to be challenging. The fourth one, any aquatic programming. Try to evaluate partners and fees programming outside Scarborough so we could mirror it and get partnerships if we can with this community center. It's
I'd like to comment on that one. I mean, this is I think, a very important one. And in general, I think your list is great, good short list. And I agree with, most of the priorities. This one, however, in our last townwide survey, a pool was in a facility, an aquatics facility, not a programming facility. We're sorely in need of an additional pool in this part of southern Maine. Brunswick's getting another big pool on top of the big, center they have at Bowdoin. And, the only facilities here are South Portland and Cape Elizabeth, and the ones in Portland have been closed frequently for repairs. They're pretty old. So this is clearly a need. It was also it appeals to a broad cross-section of our demographic, from seniors to school-aged children to those with special needs and ambulatory issues. Could this possibly be paired with the community center land efforts and, redraw it and have it be a facility? And I know we're asking for a lot in a short period of time, and, we're going to break the piggy bank, but we should get it on the list. That needs to be near the top.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think much of it comes down to who's paying the bill. And when can we get that money and how much?
And I think a lot of the conversations that the board had, when they talk about a community center, that includes an aquatic center.
Yeah.
I think it's one and the same. Yeah, no, you're right.
Thank you. Again, and 5, professional development for the community service advisory board staff, community services. Training them to develop them. As the town has had a lot of turnover, we want to continue them wanting to be here, to be trained and grow within the town. So we're keeping everybody happy and here long-term, hopefully. So that's the gist of our recommendations. Or happy to answer any more questions. Again, that 370 some odd page report and other community surveys that have been taken over the last 5 years. I think there's at least 2 of them. And then Planapalooza, that was before all of that. We're all taken into consideration, and a lot of overlapping community center requests.
Including community center, including water.
Yeah.
We'll start referring to it.
Yeah.
And daycare and.
Well,
Yeah.
There's a difference in that we want the community center to have a pool, and then there's aquatic programming. And I think there's a distinction between we're offering these programs and lessons, and there's a pool like in an open swim capacity. And so from my perspective, that was kind of the distinction in the placement on the plan.
Red and roses too.
Yes.
Yes. Any questions from the council or comments? So I just want to thank you guys for doing this, because again, as you referred to, the 370-page document is really hard. And I think, at least my perspective is, in general, this focus is the right focus. Like, it feels like the right focus from what I've heard from the public, what I've seen in surveys. And so I think you guys did a great job trying to whittle down that huge plan into something actionable. And so I'm excited, as you guys continue as a board, to revisit these annually to kind of make sure, like you said, Trish, I think that's important. Like, this is the guide. This committee will continue to revise, refresh, and partner with Todd to kind of make sure we're giving you guys those wins to focus on. So I think this is great. Any other questions or comments?
No, I mean, I think I worked with the board throughout this. It had some really great discussions. I do think there's some great things on here that just require a little time and effort and zero money, and I think there's definitely some areas that we can dive right in and get started and make some progress. I really would love to do the volunteer recruitment, discuss that more. I really feel like there's a lot more people who want to get involved. I read on here, finding neighborhood liaisons. I think I read that somewhere. I think that's the right step to go. And I think that's something that, what's holding you up? Why would we stop? And I don't know if council, if we're supposed to be guiding them of what we think they should be working on specifically. I have my opinions on what I think they should be working on. I know the meetings that we're in, we talk a lot about number 3, which is make the beach environment a resident priority, because a lot of the feedback we get, this board gets, is about some of the issues that are coming up on the beach that are getting worse and worse.
And then I said also the volunteer recruitment, were two of the big things that kind of stuck out to me. So I don't know if anyone else kind of had any that kind of stuck out to them that they thought would be good for an advisory board to work on. But I think that's maybe, that might be helpful for them to have a little direction.
Can I ask a question? Is the way you've listed them
No.
reflective of priority? No. Because I was kind of looking at it that way, and I felt like as I was looking at it, that's how I was thinking, yes, community centers top priority. To your point, though, I would put beaches right behind that as like the second priority, because I think that is, you know, the most common focus area of residents, where they often, I think in the survey, think of Scarborough, think of beaches, want to make sure our beaches are delivering, you know, to the right quality. And so I think that's an important number 2 in my mind. Number 3 for me, again, would probably go back to that connectivity piece, which is in your further out plan. But I think with 1 and 3, you're gonna have your hands full. So if you make significant progress there, I think that you guys should be proud of that. Any other thought, Councilor Clucci?
Well, the beach is a resident priority. Can you expand on that? So what are you kind of looking for there?
Speak to it. We've heard from a lot of residents that getting to the beach is hard because there's always lines. And so that's one of the areas that we wanted to address, is making sure the residents can get to the beach when they want.
Yeah, good. Excellent.
One of the ideas I've heard about that is like, could the town invest in shuttle services from different places? Like, again, at least on weekends, if you made the Blue Point parking lot a place to potentially allow residents to park there, get shuttled back and forth to at least avoid the parking. So that's just like an idea I feel like I've heard. That's not a bad idea, but it may not help with them getting direct access if they want to get there with their car. But if the goal is to get there, have a place to park, and then be able to go and enjoy the beach and then get shuttled back, that's something, or even doing something at the high school, if that's a viable parking lot for weekends at least. I don't know.
Or charge $30 for non-residents on
Yeah,
weekends.
and then you get open up spaces.
But then what, you know, if there's capacity, are there opportunities to do more things there? Like to bring in a food truck or make it a little more interesting or engaging?
Mhm.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think the fees are also absolutely something that we could review. And also the usage, like respecting other people and the whole trash issue, and probably putting myself on a cross right here, the dogs. You know, like there are sometimes it's uncomfortable to walk on the beach. There are dogs. I run that. Nothing against dog owners. I'm just saying, sort of reviewing it so that everyone is respectful of everyone else. And also one of the things we talked about with our Todd can speak to this is probably like the refreshment in the bathrooms. And, I call it 1 point. I don't know what the official for Karen. Those probably need some improvement. So just sort of the facilities, the amenities, all of those things that are listed there, respectfulness, usage, access. You know, and some of the other points in terms of aquatics. People who have ambulatory, maybe there are people in issues that are in Scarborough, and we wanted to try to accommodate them and let them access the resources that they're supporting with their tax dollars.
Great start.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Can I just make one quick point on that? Tricia, the one thing I want to consider is those challenges as we're looking through them as a board. The one thing we'll bring in more people in, whether it's a shuttle or more people, we just have to make sure our facilities and our staff and our action and capacity to meet that increase. Because then we haven't addressed those and the problems we have existing will just get worse.
Yeah.
So we kind of
Good
got to be
point.
systematic about what's going on. And so those are the kind of things we kind of lay out and discuss. And, you know, price and policy dictate a lot of things, right? More money on site, less people come from out of town, more residents gets access. You know, so those things all, when you change those, they all have cause and effect.
Mhm.
And then we can design the facilities to meet that new kind of level of expectation along the way.
Good point. Great. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for your work and for coming. Yep. All right. Are we good to keep going, or do we need a brief recess? I think we're good to keep going. So we'll keep going. If anybody needs a recess, let me know. All right, next is order number 23-058, 7 PM public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 405 the Scarborough zoning ordinance relating to the requirements of LD 2003. This is being brought forward by the planning director, Autumn.
Thank you. So you may recall, we held a workshop and we also heard this in June. These are the requirements. There's multiple ordinance requirements for us to meet the state law, LD 2003. We have found out that we do have a 6-month extension, so we are ahead now. I would like to request that you consider an amendment to the Higgins Beach strike through. I believe at our last meeting, you may recall, there was some comment made about that. Higgins Beach is a combination of a form-based code. And so form, use, and setbacks are all sort of put together, and it's not as easily configured like our other zoning districts. And so after conferring with council, I think I'd request just a bit more time to look at that one and to make sure that we're not having any unintended consequences for lot coverage by removing that portion. Happy to answer any questions about any specific changes. I didn't get into the details. I think that we've all heard them multiple times, but I can answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Are there any questions for Autumn? Counselor Hamel?
I have one big question, and that is, have we done anything to really model what the impact of this will be? You know, and have we given, I know you've flagged an issue that's probably going to be take some rework, but would it be worthwhile as well for us to try to get an idea of, I mean, can we estimate the impact this will have on us in terms of the number of units that will be built or allowed?
I think that we could definitely take a look at some of the units for the single family expansion. The ADU, we already have that capacity. So that one we won't see a lot of impact. There are some areas of town that have substantially larger parcels than the zoning district requires. We can definitely, I could take a look at that and give you some samples. The interesting thing to note, though, those areas, the majority of which, unless the lot is configured where they couldn't get coverage, could subdivide now.
Yeah.
And so we haven't added a lot of capacity. Now the density bonuses for the 2.5 times, that's something completely new, but it's also paired with affordable and workforce housing deed restrictions. So we haven't seen a lot of that either in the last few years. So I'm happy to give you any additional things that you might like to look at.
Thank you. I had two other quick questions, if I may. The second one is, I noticed that the state requirements are, you know, were kind of tacked on to our ordinance, you know, we've included those in the ordinance, the state requirements, right? For
No, those were just for information.
for
pack.
reference?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right, thanks for that clarification. And finally, I know there was a lot of buzz at our last town council meeting about the ability to get some control over seasonal rentals. And would that be a way to help us limit some of this activity? And you know, how does that fit into the whole picture or not?
I think it's linked, but I'm not quite sure yet how directly it's linked. Our ADU ordinance already prohibits the short-term rental of an ADU, so it's 28 days or more that you can have it. So we have those protections in place. So as I get more into that ordinance, I'm keeping this in mind to see the effects of this.
I'm just concerned we're very rapidly reaching the point where, if we're not there already, that the only tool left for us, it won't be another GMO, it'll be a moratorium. And it'd be fun. I think it's important for us to try to stay out of that if there's any way possible, or at least, you know, start on the journey to try to get our arms around it. Right now, I feel very uncomfortable about it, that we have essentially no control and no ability to predict how this is going to unfold. Maybe the economy will slow down, maybe, the housing market will slow down, but I'm, very concerned about that at the moment. And we're seeing the effect of it in schools and all of other services areas. Just heard about the beaches.
So this is this is a public hearing. So is there anybody in the public who would like to offer comment on this item? No? Then with that, I will close public hearing. And this is a second reading for the council, so can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
A second.
All right, any discussion?
Sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair. So I'd like to offer the amendment as recommended by the planning director. So a motion to move approval to amend the main motion to remove the proposed amendment relating to section XVI, that's 31, Higgins Beach Carriage House as recommended by the planning director.
Second.
Any discussion on the amendment?
No, I'd just like John Clucci to interpret the Roman numeral. For quantitative skills.
Right. I just want to thank Autumn for taking that public comment that came last time and going back, revisiting and offering this. So thank you.
Certainly.
All right, all those in favor for the amendment? All right, it's unanimous. So now back to the main motion as amended. Any discussion? No? All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, Autumn. Thank you for all the hard work on this. Next is order number 23-065, 7:00 PM, public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendment to the town of Scarborough map to change 90 Running Hill Road, R03004A, being an approximately 1.9 acre parcel located on Running Hill Road, currently zoned Running Hill Gorham Road mixed use, RH2, Running Hill Gorham Road, RH2. Autumn, would you like to set this one up?
Certainly, this was a request by the property owner, and it essentially is a request that after the land acquisition from the turnpike, he is left with a smaller parcel than he needs, and he would have to build a multiplex or a triplex, which doesn't fit in. He wants to do a duplex or a single family, much like his neighbors, and so he's actually downzoning. The request is to downzone the property. And that's really it in a nutshell.
Great. Are there any questions for Autumn? Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? All right, this is an action item for the council, so can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I would just say we discussed this pretty lengthily at first reading, and, as much as it doesn't necessarily always meld with what we want fundamentally to make a zone change for a single resident, like this is an extenuating circumstance to me that, necessitates this change, so.
Right. All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, next up is a bunch of items. So I'm gonna ask Angela, if you don't mind just setting up the full package of all the items that you have. And for those who wish to speak for public comment on these items as part of the public hearing, I'm gonna ask if there's anything between order number 23-066 and order number 23-072. If there's anything specific you would like to comment on when you choose to do public comment, if you could just reference the specific order number and then have your public comment. So Angela?
Good evening, Angela Blanchett, Town Engineer. As you mentioned, I have 7 items in a row. And as this council will recall, in April, there were 2 ordinances, one in a major update to chapter 419, which is our post-construction ordinance. And the second was a brand new ordinance, our erosion and sediment control ordinance. Those 2 ordinances that came through were based on a new stormwater permit that came into effect for the town of Scarborough last July. What happened when those 2 were implemented is they have effects on all of our land development ordinances. So anything that touches any kind of development for construction in town really needs to at least reference those 2 other ordinances. So there's a lot of minor changes to many ordinances. And so I have bulleted in a memo identifying, really summarizing for each of those ordinances, what those are. I will also mention that on Monday night, this was in front of the planning board for public hearing for all of the chapter 405, 405B, 405C those were required to go through them. Prior to that meeting, we held a workshop, which I was able to actually go through education on our federal and state stormwater permit for that group and actually walk through all of these items so that they would be aware. Also looking ahead at some additional environmental related ordinances that will be coming through lots of different committees and eventually ordinance and eventually in front of council. So that is stay tuned. So we're able to kind of put that all in under one umbrella. So if you'd like, as you read through or vote, I can tell you, I can walk through. So as for an example, chapter 405 is our zoning ordinance. The edits or additions are, we added some definitions around that. That was something the planning board actually was, I think, commenting was extremely helpful for them to be able to put those definitions in. It's surprising how something as simple as disturbed area can be interpreted many, many different ways when you're trying to develop a property. And then language is now requiring low impact development and green infrastructure. In the past, that has been encouraged. In our ordinance, our permit now is requiring that we hold our developers to implementing those measures. And then the last one was referencing chapter 420, our new erosion and sediment control ordinance. So that's the nutshell in 405.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody in the public who would like to offer comment for anything from order number 23-066 through order number 23-072? No? All right, then we'll work through these as actions from the council. So again, can I get a motion for order number 23-066?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? No. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-067, 7:00 PM public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments, to chapter 405B, the Town of Scarborough Site Plan Review Ordinance, section 3, application and review procedures, A1 and 2, section 4, performance and design standards, section 5, site conditions, and section 7, enforcement, occupancy, and performance guarantee. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I had a question, kind of a procedural question here. I had one. I'm not sure how each of these would apply or if they apply at all, but I did have a question that was specific to stormwater. And it had to do with the storm water work potentially, in and around a proposed school land site near Trackview Terrace in the Downs. Would enacting any of these ordinances require modification? If the town were to assume taking responsibility for stormwater work there or any place in the Downs?
These ordinance changes would cover all construction in town, so we would be holding ourselves to the same standard as any developer in town. And so I would say yes. However, many of these practices are principles or policies that we hold and do our projects to as we stand today. They're just not necessarily in writing, many of these. And that was something that is now required to make sure that everyone's at the same standard. The other impact would be the low impact development and green infrastructure. That is at a higher level. But that is something that is required by, since we are a regulated community, it is required by DEP for us, as well as all other 29 regulated communities in Maine will have the same standard. So yes, there might be a different way in which you develop certain stormwater facilities.
But our expectation is that this would be approved this evening, right? So they would be in effect. So they would, whatever bearing they would have would apply to, continued discussions there.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Right now, there is, I will say, there is no local definition around low impact development and green infrastructure, though. That is something that I alluded to is additional ordinances coming through ordinance committee and to the council. So to your point right now, it's a little gray where we'll have to tighten that up, and that will be needed to be in effect. Our low impact development ordinance will have to be in place. It's required by next July 1st, 2024. So we have that time to kind of work through kind of the kinks.
Thanks for your answer. And we are getting very comfortable with gray.
The
Counselor,
government's not.
To your point, I know the consultants and designers on the school project have been in touch with staff, and I think they're well aware of either the impact of these or where we're likely to be going in the near future and designing to those standards.
Thanks. Good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion items on order number 23-067? No? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Okay, order number 23-068, 7:00 PM, public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 405C, the town of Scarborough Shoreline Zoning Ordinance, section 15, land use standards. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? No? All those in favor? All those in favor? Unanimous. Next is order number 23-069, 7:00 PM, public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 406, the town of Scarborough subdivision ordinance, section 4, purpose and interpretation and review criteria, and section 5, administration, section 7, preliminary plan requirements and procedures, section 9, performance guarantees, section 10, street infrastructure designs, and section 13, waivers. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? No? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-070, 7:00 PM, public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 408, the town of Scarborough extractive industry and land reclamation ordinance, section 7, general requirements, and section 8, preliminary plan retirement and procedures. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-071, 7 PM, public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 420, the town of Scarborough erosion and sediment control and construction site ordinances, section 5, submission requirements, and appendix 1, erosion and sedimentation control standards. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? No? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-072, 7:00 PM, public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 903, the town of Scarborough non-stormwater and discharge ordinance, article 5, prohibition of non-stormwater discharges. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just a quick question. Could you give another example again of non-stormwater discharge? Or was this the pool example?
Counselor Shue.
Never mind.
Discharges.
I withdraw my question.
I drained my pool yesterday.
Appropriate.
Thank you. One of my favorite questions. I just like asking.
All right, all those in favor? All right, it's unanimous. All right, next is order number 23-073, 7:00 PM, public hearing and second reading to authorize the town manager to sign any related paperwork to transfer the following town-owned properties to the Scarborough Land Trust. 00 US Route 1, map 050, lot 001A, 35 Payne Road, map R038, lot 0002, 19 Mussey Road, map R038, lot 002B, 21 Mussey Road, map R038, lot 002A. Tom?
Just quickly, when presented with this request, at the first of the year, I did subscribe to the town's real estate disposition policy, which among other things requires solicitation of input from various individuals and parties that are named in that policy. I went through that process. There's certainly no negative comments received. In fact, there was a lengthy positive comment and recommendation from the Parks Conservation Land Board. All of these properties, as was suggested, are town-owned. We've determined that they serve no current or expected future public purpose for improvement or what have you. And I believe in all cases, they do abut existing conservation land. And so it does make entire sense to have them considered as part of the conserved areas.
Is there any questions for Tom? Right, this is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Right, I'm seeing no public comment. Can I get a motion, please?
So, yeah, so moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion?
I think I was just thrown that you didn't ask Andrew Mackey to come to the podium just for fun. So I was thrown when it was time to make the motion. It's like.
Again, I think this is like 16 acres or I don't remember what the acreage is, but a small acreage to get to our 30 by 30 goal. So it's progress,
away.
gonna make some progress. All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, next is order number 23-077, 7:00 PM, public hearing and action on the new request for a special amusement permit from DJIJR Inc., Salty Bay Seafood located at 68 Jones Creek Drive.
Yes, thank you. This isn't a request. It's from, located down in the Pine Point area. They're requesting to host cornhole tournaments, and since it is a type of entertainment and they serve alcohol, it is required that they have a special amusement permit. The office did receive 2 emails, one in support and one in not in support. As noted in my memo, they had been before the council back in July of 21 and were denied. If this is approved, the permit will only read cornhole tournaments, nothing else on it. I think that was a concern of one of the from one of the emails that we had received. It's before you for consideration and.
Great. Are there any questions for Tody?
I had a question. Do we have any idea of how big a cornhole tournament would be? I mean, the connotation of a tournament implies a big competition, but I mean, who knew cornhole was a competitive
It's a professional tour. Yeah.
And I know their location is limited to the back area. I'd probably no more than 3 to 4 teams.
Is there a time period that they're confined to hold these? As in, can they have them at 8 AM? Can they have them at 10 PM?
I believe it was 6 PM till 8 PM, on Wednesday evenings is what their application indicated.
Any other questions?
They're not seeking an exemption from the good.
That's correct. They are not.
Thank you. Great, this is a public hearing, so is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? I'm seeing no public comments. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Does the council want to get in the cornhole tournament? Yeah, we can have a team. We'll have to put that as a public meeting. All right, all those in favor? All right, it's unanimous.
Holding one at Summerfest this year. Come on down.
dunk tank.
Yeah, Tom's gonna do that.
I've done it.
All right. All right,
We can do it again.
next is order number 23-078, 7:00 PM, public hearing and action on the request for a new food handler's license from George Collymore, Maine Made Greens Agricults located at 10 Snow Canning Road, number 20, Novel Beverage Company located 137 Pleasant Hill Road, Walgreens located at 233 US Route 1 and 600 US Route 1. Tody, would you like to set this one up?
Sure. These are, as it noted, new applications. I believe during an inspection on the one for the first 2, Greg Collymore and Nobel Beverage, it was noted that they did not have a food handler's license. And at the same as in Walgreens is noted, it was an oversight on our part not to send them the application.
Are there any questions for Tody?
Just a comment. I think it's Snow Canning Road,
Yeah.
not Snow Canning Road.
All right, this is a public hearing, so is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on these items? No? Can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, we're gonna take a quick 5-minute recess and then come back and go back, start it with old business on the agenda. Does that work for everyone?
Yep.
So we'll come back at 8:40. Good to go. All right. All right, now on to old business, order number 23-079. Act on the names posted to the various committees, boards as recommended by the Appointments Negotiations Committee at the June 13th, or sorry, June 17th, 2023 Town Council meeting. This is being brought forward by the Appointments and Negotiations Committee. Karen, is there anything you want to add?
No.
All right, can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? No, I think it's exciting that we're getting the Community Center Advisory Board started, and it seems like we have a really good slate of residents. So looking forward to seeing that work, and thank you to Council Katarina and Councilor Shoup for agreeing to be the liaison. So that'll be an exciting project. All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Okay, moving on to new business, order number 23-080, first reading and schedule a public hearing on the proposed changes to chapter 1018, the Town of Scarborough Marijuana Establishment Licensing Ordinance. This is being brought forward by the Assistant Town Manager. Liam, do you want to set it up?
Sure, thank you. So just to give a brief bit of background, a number of these changes were originally brought forward and discussed through a marijuana working group that staff convened back in the early spring. That consisted of a number of residents, some industry folks, staff, and some counselors. Specifically, the changes outlined in section 10, subsection 7, which is the odor mitigation requirements. I'd characterize the changes as being in section 10-7, certainly more prescriptive and explicit in the expectations of our specifically our cultivators in town seeking cultivation licenses. It certainly enhances record keeping requirements, again, is far more detailed and specific on the requirements around odor mitigation equipment, keeping it running, no external ventilation, reiterates our standards for the type of filtration required, and increases the air exchange rates, which is sort of universally accepted as the best way to treat odor and prevent it from, if it does escape, being adequately benign, I would say. There's also a pretty substantial change to a new section 11, which is odor observation and enforcement. One of certainly the concerns from staff to date has been the lack of detail around an enforcement process. So I certainly would characterize this as an odor observation and enforcement process that really tries to identify a pervasiveness of the odor, tries to reflect that. And it's really a process that's intended to be kind of transparent, predictable, and really progressive in nature. So it's not just there's an odor complaint and the individual or suspected individual responsible receives a fine. There is a process that not only allows for the increase in fines, but also requires the suspected party to solicit and contract professional guidance, either in the form of engineering or odor consultants to come in, make recommendations, and requires the licensee or facility licensed premises to implement those changes. In the event that it's still not corrected, ultimately that license will come back before council for a revocation hearing. So again, it's a very detailed process, which really tries to I think, put a process in place that's reflective of the concerns that have been articulated by the community and the council on this issue in town. Beyond those two sections, I'm happy to answer any specific questions about what's included in the packet. There is just a brief administrative change. It does effectively change the name of the ordinance from marijuana to cannabis. That's just reflective of the state statute change, the legal term that they now recognize. And what I consider a relatively de minimis change to the renewal timeline. Right now, it's a 12-month rolling timeline. It's just administratively burdensome for staff to continue to track those. So we are looking for a standardized licensing period, a 12-month licensing period, similar to other licensing ordinances in town. So I think I think that's the brief overview of the changes.
Great. Are there any questions for Liam? Right. Is there anybody in the public who would like to offer comment on this item?
Hi, Dave Rabideau, 10 Bickford Street. Just representing the neighborhood of Holly Street, Bickford Street. The neighbors are very satisfied with this as written. It's a lot of work that the working group put into this, and Liam admittedly did a lot as well. And I think it's a good compromise on all sides. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I see Joanna Russell has her hand up. Joanna, if you unmute your phone, you should be able to speak.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Joanna Russell, 87 Chase Street, South Portland, a small business owner at 15 Holly Street with a plan to do medical manufacturing with a commercial kitchen at that location at some point. I just have specific feedback for section 10, number 7. The last sentence says cannabis cultivation facilities or other cannabis establishments with increased probability to emit odors will be subject to the following stipulations. And it doesn't say who that is and who decides who that is and what the practice of the town hall would be in terms of whether or not that determination is made in writing, or like if it would change how that determination would be made and how that would change. Specifically, I guess I would ask that would be in writing. If you're a low probability and you're being changed to a high probability, would that be because of a complaint? My concern is that it's a little subject to interpretation, and I wouldn't want to be in a position where one inspector tells me I'm low probability and the next tells me I'm high. Yeah, I think that was all I needed to say. Thank you. Oh, sorry, there was one more thing. In a previous discussion, I believe at one of the working group meetings or an ordinance meeting, it was brought up that maybe after a certain period of time, complaints were dropped from the record, but I don't see that in the ordinance at all. And so I was curious if that was going to be added or if that was something that just wasn't being considered at the time. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Russell. And you might not have seen it, but there was some head nodding as you were offering your comment on some of the areas that we might need to refine. So that'll get addressed between now and probably our second reading on this item. Liam, would you like to address any other comments?
Yeah, just briefly in response to Ms. Russell's comments. So, obviously staff does receive what's determined to be a completed application. Generally manufacturing operations are generally have a low probability of odor. But I think staff really needs to have the autonomy to reserve the right to say, based on what, if you're processing sort of dried cannabis product, and that may have a higher potential, I think, for odor, the way other sort of dried cannabis product does in a cultivation facility. That's not typically what we see, but the industry is changing, and I think that we just need to have that flexibility to say, even though you're manufacturing, we're going to subject you to these more stringent requirements. And then with regard to our question about complaints dropping off, I do believe in section 11, there is a portion at the end that stipulates that no complaints after 12 months will kind of fall off the record. So that was the standard that we sought to establish.
Great. Is there anybody else who would like to comment on this item in the public? No? All right, that, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Counselor Side, third,
Don can go first.
Counselor Hamel.
Yeah, thanks. I want to thank the good work of the committee on this and Liam Gallagher's effort, as well as Phil Saucier and others. So I mean, we've added a lot of language, and I think a lot of it applies to the process for registering complaints. So I'm quite satisfied with the committee's recommendation that this go forward, and we'll support it accordingly. And I don't mean to be a doubting Thomas, but there have been very few complaints lately. I don't know whether that's because everybody's been inside hiding from the rain, but I don't think we've had any. Have we had any?
I believe we've had two reports since the beginning of May.
Yeah.
One was addressed very quickly. The other one was researched, investigated, and there have been some in collaboration with the building owner, there have been some change in the expectations of that licensee. So optimistic, certainly.
So I'm in support of this and hopefully that trend will continue and it's not weather dependent. But I am concerned that it'd be interesting to see if we don't have any complaints, everyone will be happy. If we have complaints, but they're not making it through the process, then I think we'll have to talk again. And I'm sure the folks on the other side who are trying to operate will have other feedback. So I expect that we'll hear more about this in the future, but hopefully this is, starting us in the right trend. And I think it's very promising what we've been able to do so far, and there's more work to come. So far, so good.
Any other, Counselor Seifer, Counselor Clucci?
Yeah, just a lot of good work went into this, and it's a good compromise with the community. I'd like to shout out to Councillor Gleisteen. I seem to recall when marijuana first came to us as a council, spending quite a lot of time actually talking about a smell committee or how to try to regulate odor, and some of it sounds awfully familiar to what you came up with. So I just wanted to throw that out there, but good work, Liam.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and say, I just want to thank again the good work of the working group, which I participated with as a counselor. And then as the only member of ordinance here tonight, I just wanted to make sure that nobody had any questions or was uncertain of the level of conversation that we had, because it spanned several meetings. Counselor McGee is great about taking public comments. We had a lot of engagement at those meetings. And so I'm grateful to hear public comment tonight that the neighborhood is satisfied with our solution, and optimistic that this will give the residents what they were looking for in terms of compliance. And then also it provides our license holders a little more clarity on what the expectations are and how to meet those. So I think that this is some really good work.
Great. Yeah, I just want to echo again my appreciation for the residents and the working group for working through this over a course of many, many months. And I know that this has been a pervasive issue that's been a concern for probably many, many years. So hopefully what's proposed tonight will hopefully bring a solution to the community. Again, similar to maybe Counselor Hamel, I kind of see this as like a good pilot to see let's see how this works, and let's reevaluate it and just make sure that it's actually designed appropriately. I have trust and faith that what we have is the right solution. So I also do want to thank you, Liam, Assistant Town Manager, Head of HR, Marijuana Czar Extraordinaire, for all the work that you've done on this item, especially given your other responsibilities. So again, thank you for all the effort here. All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, next is order number 23-081, first reading, and schedule the second reading to repeal and replace the 90-day moratorium that the town council approved on May 3rd, 2023, and enact a new moratorium that would apply to the Pine Point Industrial Overlay District. So I can kind of set this up, and Liam, you can add some additional color. So I know at one point, Councillor Hamel and I had been exploring whether we would want to change the zoning to potentially remove marijuana cultivation specifically from the Pine Point Overlay District. I think as we followed the enforcement items, we said that perhaps rather than going straight to a zoning change, we allow this enforcement mechanism to go into place for some time, but continue the moratorium at least only for cultivation through at least the next 90 days in order to be able, or the next 120 days, I believe, in order to be able to kind of see it work through, and then as a council kind of take a step back and determine, is a zoning change necessary? So we wanted to let the new ordinance work its way through, as well as continue to keep very close observation and view on what's happening in that district to make sure that if it doesn't work, that we have a mechanism to be able to kind of move forward from there. So I don't know, Liam, if there's anything you want to add?
No, I think that's exactly right. I think obviously there have been some, the overarching question here is cultivation a suitable use in the Pine Point, given all the longstanding concerns and frustrations. So this certainly, we have a moratorium, a second of two emergency moratoriums that's due to expire actually August 2nd. So I think this is a proposal to continue to kind of freeze operations as is while we continue to evaluate both the efficacy of the odor mitigation changes. See if there are any businesses or facilities in an enforcement process for a period of time. What's before you is actually a 180-day extension.
180.
It is a traditional moratorium, so it does require 2 reads by council. So this is the first read. I think there is some question. I've even heard some questions of counselors about whether 180 days is perhaps too long, but more importantly, is this an issue that this council wants to revisit prior to the council turning over in November? Looking at your last meeting in October as a group, the October 18th, that's about a 63-day extension. So I just offer that up perhaps between first and second reading, whether that's something that the council wishes to go with a full 180, something less than. Certainly you'll have more data to be brought forward. So perhaps a check-in at that second meeting in October to see, have there been any complaints, including those, even if they're not verified complaints per the ordinance, have there been any reports of odor? And maybe revisit the timeline of this moratorium. Can I just make
Yep.
more? I also just want to echo the general sentiments of the council. We have a neighborhood who's been exceedingly patient as we tried to get our hands wrapped around this. And I think that we, to their credit, as evidenced by, I think, our recent history and experience, I think we have a group of business owners who have really heard that message and have stepped up and are likely going well above and beyond even what this revised ordinance is going to stipulate for odor control. It's always been the hope and vision that, these two lives can coexist. I'm certainly encouraged to hear what we've seen over the last few months. There's certainly work to be done, and I'm sure that everyone will still be working towards that angle, but full credit to the business owners and the residents with their continued patience and efforts. So I really appreciate that.
Any questions for Liam? No.
Just a comment. I'd like to say that Liam deserves a lot of credit for this. He was able to, to deal with John and me, who really wanted to jump in and do something immediately. And you took an approach that really focused on getting those closest to the problem engaged and involved. And chances are that this solution they have is going to have the best stickability and not get us into trouble. So he deserves a lot of credit for that. At one point, I think he was ready to throw his laptop out the window, and me and John with it. So, and you were entitled to do that completely. So, but I'm glad. And what he has proposed, I will say, is I think an elegant solution. It buys more time. It allows us to see how what we passed just a moment ago will take effect, and we can reevaluate, and it retains our optionality, and we haven't forgotten about it. So well done.
Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? All right, I'm seeing no public comment. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? I like Liam's suggestion of either in October at the 60-day mark, having a review of this to see if it's something we want to maintain or potentially repeal based on what we see in terms of performance. I think it would be good, Tom, just to kind of plan ahead and put that on the October agenda so that we have it there.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. I think that's smart.
All right, any other discussion? No, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-082, first reading and schedule a second reading on the bond order for municipal and school capital improvements. This is being brought forward by the finance director, Norm.
Thank you. We have before you a list of projects that we are going to include in our upcoming bond issue. We have a little over 11 million worth of projects that we're seeking bond authority for, but as far as the actual issuance of the bonds, in September. The total amount of the projects that will be bonded is a little over $9.6 million. Included with the reading is some budget adjustments to reflect some projects that are slightly overspent, projects that came in under budget, projects that aren't going to be done, but we need funding other places. So those budget adjustments are reflected in the second column of that worksheet. And then just finally reiteration of previously approved projects that went before voter authorization that we're going to be bonding some amounts related to those in this issue.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for Norm? No? Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Seeing no public comment, can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion?
One brief comment. Counselor Bucci was helpful when I chatted with him today about this, and it reminded me that a lot of these items were approved, but not budgeted, and that they would still, even though that we had obtained approval, they would still go through the annual budget process at some point in time to be confirmed. So, I think it's likely that they would go through, but there still is another step. Doesn't mean they're automatically going to go. The amounts on the list that are not included in this order, would still be subject to a budget process. Next fiscal year's budget process.
I don't understand Don's comment. I'm sorry.
John, help me.
We go through the budget process and we approve projects on the capital improvement plan. Some of those projects get funded through that action. Others aren't funded at that time.
Sure.
What this action is doing is actually providing funding authority for the town to issue bonds for those projects. In some cases, we're actually removing budget authority from projects. I think Herd Park was the one that came up where it was approved in the budget a couple of years ago. It was decided not to send it to the voters, but it was still sitting out there with budget authority. This is closing that gap. And there's other projects that, like Tom mentioned in his manager's report, where we have a Spurwick project that's coming in over budget. Highland wasn't quite at the same place, so they're kind of substituting. So there's those changes that are happening. But in terms of any other projects that have been authorized in the budget that are not included in this, those are still going to require funding authority in some manner.
I see. So Don, you're just referring to projects that aren't going to bond now, that would still require authorization of the council at the time that those go to bond. Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other comments on this item? No? All those in favor? Unanimous. Next is order number 23-083, first reading and schedule a second reading on the request to approve the expenditure in an amount not to exceed $130,000 from the Land Acquisition Reserve Fund for the purpose of purchasing property located at Gorham Road, located at the end of Finch Way, located more specifically identified by the Scarborough Tax Assessor's map R054 lot 019, as recommended by the Parks and Conservation Land Board, and authorize the town manager to execute any and all documents as are necessary to protect the town's interests. This is being brought forward by the Parks and Conservation Land Board. Todd, do you want to set it up?
Sure. Let me bring this down to a suitable height. Thank you. Just stepping in for Chair of the Parks and Conservation Land Board, Sue Foley Ferguson, who can join us this evening. And then Andrew's here as representative of the Land Trust that brought this recommendation. This is a request for expenditure amount not to exceed $130,000 from the Land Acquisition Reserve Fund. As John mentioned, this off Gorham Road at the end of Fitch Way. This is actually a conjunctive parcel that will connect with Warren Woods, which is a great piece of property, and moves us closer to our goals. The key here is that you know, some of the strongest pieces of this is that this a little different than our board has usually done. We're recommending and you know, 78% of the project cost. That's due to the timeline needed to close the deal. They have the existing funds. And so this is that important of a piece of property. And I'll let Andrew speak on some of the scientific, and he can speak more eloquently than I can on that regarding the pitch pine bog and the value of it. But 100% of this property, which not all properties we have, has significant value to the state and the area for this property. Another important piece for this, and it's going to take a couple years for Andrew to find out, but they have submitted a grant request. So that's why it's up to that amount of money, because we may receive funding back. And if they receive that grant, they'll reimburse the account. So it's a win-win for the town. They're doing their part. But our board evaluated it and feel like it's worth the extra percentage on our evaluation form to meet this matches and get this on the purchase and add it to Warren Woods. So I'll just let Andrew just quickly tell you about the scientific and the natural value of that piece of property, because it's a pretty special piece.
Good evening, councilors. Andrew Mackey, Executive Director, Scarborough Land Trust, 7 Oak Hill Terrace, Scarborough. Thank you for considering this request. I must say that even though this is small, 11 acres, this is a very significant property. I think this is exactly the type of thing we're looking for under the 30/30 guidelines that you have passed. This property is undeveloped. It is mostly forested wetlands with about a half of the property consisting of a pitch pine bog. This is an extension of the pitch pine bog found on Warren Woods. This is a rare community type in the state of Maine. It's listed as S2 with the state. This is something we don't have a lot of in Scarborough outside of Salt Marsh. So we consider this highly significant, not only for that plant community directly on the property, but the fact that this is part of a greater wetland system that we have been working very hard of protecting at Warren Woods, including adding just over 100 acres in the last 2 years to Warren Woods, bringing in outside of town money almost $1 million to do that. You know, this is a big effort. We think Warren Woods will become, and probably is now already, one of the shining examples of protecting natural space in Scarborough. It is right in the center of a lot of activity, you know, we'll have public amenities as we go forward, including a trail system that we're planning that will be much more accessible to people, which will connect to the downs, potentially connect to the Nonsuch River Brewery, and people could walk basically from one end to another and enjoy some of our business establishments while doing it. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I will address just quickly what Todd mentioned. We applied with a coalition of land trusts in Maine to a federal program called the North American Wetlands Conservation Act, or fondly called NACA. That is a program that's been in existence for a while and helps fund wetland protection throughout the United States. Like many federal programs, it is a very complicated process. That's why we go in with other land trusts and hire a grant writer and do all these things. Maine has been pretty successful in getting those grants, but there's no guarantee, and it takes a while. We probably won't even hear anything until the end of 2024. And then by the time the federal budgeting process goes through in terms of getting the money and all that. Could be another 6 or plus months. But obviously anything we got applied to this project would be reimbursed back to the land bond. So hopefully, if we're lucky on this, we have another project in Scarborough in that same grant proposal for NACA. And hopefully we'll get both of them and can use that funding.
Andrew, is that second parcel adjacent to this?
It is in proximity, but it's not adjacent. It's actually on the other side of Gorham Road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And so on behalf of the Conservation Land Board, thank you for your consideration.
Are there any questions the counselors might have? No? Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? All right, can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? I think this is another nick in our conservation goal. I think it was joked last time about having one of those thermometers.
Yeah.
But I actually think that's a good idea. And I really think we should,
Warning, yeah.
because if you don't measure it and you don't pay attention to it, then you don't know if it's a focus. And so I really think it would be nice, seriously, if we could have something visually in town hall that kind of illustrates, one, what that gap is, and as we make progress, how we're tracking to that. I think that
Yeah,
would be,
and it's fun to celebrate our successes.
Yeah.
Which sometimes is not something we get to do very often,
Yeah.
so that would be good.
I mean, and this is good.
Just a big tree.
Ooh, I like that. Okay. Tree, it's gonna be a tree.
You're recruited.
Yeah.
Decided to do there in the morning, you could provide the data.
Yeah.
Something that's.
Prepare to be amazed.
Sounds
Yeah.
amazing.
Great. All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-084. Act on the request from the town clerk to certify the June 27th election results for the school budget validation referendum election and the special Portland Water District election. Tony?
Yes, thank you. Presented for certification, the results for the school budget referendum election that was held on Tuesday, June 27th, as well as the Portland Water District trustee with a term to expire in 2023. The school budget validation results were 849 yes, 741 no, and 2 blanks. The Portland Water District trustee, it was a write-in, we had no candidates on the ballot. But we had 126 for Leroy Crockett, 13 for Judy Cavallero, 10 for Seth Garrison, and there were like 387 other individuals who received 5 votes or less. And we had 1,031 blanks. On our voter registration, we have 16,929 active voters at the time of the election day. There were 1,592 voters who cast ballots in the school budget validation referendum, of which 629 were absentee ballots, which comprised of 39% of the ballots. And the percentage for the overall voter turnout for the election was 9%. And the same for the Portland Water District, there were 1,567 voters who had cast ballots in that election. 604 were absentees, and that comprised of 38% of the ballots cast with a 9% turnout. Submit these for certification.
Thank you, Tody. Are there any questions for Tody?
Not that this is something we want to brag about, but is that 9% some kind of record? Is that the lowest we've ever had as
For
a
school
voter?
budget validation, no, actually, the very first one we had was the lowest one. We only had like 600 and some voters turn out for that election.
And when was that, may I ask?
2008.
Okay. Recent history. Thank you.
All right. Anybody in the public would like to offer comment on this item? Yep.
Because I have to. Dave Rabideau, 10 Bifford Street. I know what Don's thinking. The turnout for the school budget was darn near shameful with the population that we have in Scarborough and so many people on both sides of the issue, right? But then just chose not to show up. So All I can do is maybe task you with figuring out how to get them here. I have no idea, but it was shameful. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? I think I just want to echo
Yeah.
what Mr. Rabideau said, like, I'm pleased that the school budget passed, but I don't know what this really says, given the low voter turnout. Like, how do you interpret that? And I think, you know, my hope is, especially with the school potentially coming up as early as November, that, you know, people take their civil duty seriously and show up, especially when we're making these big decisions. I mean, the school budget is a significant decision. It's a significant part of our tax increases, and, you know, I hope people, you know, understand that and make the time to come. Having been, I had the opportunity to stand at the polls, and like, even as people were coming in the building, trying to get them for other reasons to go vote was also a challenge. And so even when they show up, it's hard to get them to vote. And so, you know, again, I just think voting is so important. It's the one way, like some of the comments we had tonight about the school, like we are here to represent you, to bring things to you, but it's ultimately up to the community and the public to say whether the things we're doing are the right things. And that's the wonderful part about democracy. But it seems like right now apathy is high. And I know we all are always talking about, how do we get people to show up? How do we get them to come to a public meeting? How do we get them to come and learn about what's going on? And, you know, I'm very appreciative to see both of you here often now. And I think, yeah, beyond the marijuana, I think you guys hopefully are just seeing the value of high civil engagement and learning more about what's happening in town. And I hope even as the marijuana stuff, you know, hopefully comes to a close that everybody's agreeable to. I hope to continue to see your guys' faces and get emails and have you guys come. Yeah. Yeah, great. I'm gonna hold you to that, and I hope to see you at the polls in November. All right, any other comments from any other counselors? No? All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is item number 10. I'm going to combine items number 10 and 11, standing and special committee reports and council member comments. Anybody wish to offer any updates?
I'll go
Counselor
first.
Scheisler?
So I held my comments during the discussion about voting for my committee update, because I mean, I'm the chair of the Communications and Community Outreach Committee. So we can certainly put this on an agenda and have more of a discussion around voter engagement and specifically how to target voter engagement. I also, part of my update tonight is about the community survey. At the last meeting, we had a really good work session. We kind of worked our way through the entire survey. We gave staff a lot of feedback in terms of some changes we'd like to see. And we didn't discuss voter engagement or civic engagement in any way on the survey, but maybe there's an opportunity for something there. And so I know Liam's going to be in touch with our consultant for the survey. And so maybe that's something that we could just explore and discuss. We have one more meeting before we were hoping to kind of have a final draft to present to council at our August 16th meeting. So maybe we can incorporate that piece into our discussion. And our regular standing meeting for August has been moved. None of us were available on the 10th. I believe it's been moved to the 3rd at 3 o'clock.
Just I wanted to put it in historical perspective, though this turnout was terribly low and has been suggested, perhaps shameful. Scarborough actually historically has some of the best voter participation. So our record suggests otherwise, but we shouldn't be complacent.
Liam, looks like you have.
Just a correction, August 2nd, I believe is where we fell on that one.
Perfect. Thank you. August 2nd. Good. My kids have a doctor's appointment the 3rd. I just had a panic.
So the Appointments and Negotiation Committee is meeting tomorrow at 5, because I was away last week. Hopefully everyone remembers this. Yes, see you there. I know one of the goals that we had not met yet was that the Conservation Commission was trying to work on ordinance updates. And so I just wanted to kind of let you guys know that the last meeting that we had, you know, Autumn was there and Angela was there, and I took a lot of notes, and they're going to be coming back next month with some ordinance updates that I think we're looking at protecting buffers and trying to protect the resources a little bit more, not letting folks who build up so closely right to the resources. Those are the sort of things that we've been focusing on. Just takes a little work, as you know, to kind of work through those. And then I had a comment. I've noticed that other towns around us do not allow fireworks. I've rather been completely indifferent about it, but this year I actually was home and people were setting off fireworks into Pine Point Road to the extent that it was so foggy you couldn't see. And then actually my smoke alarm started going off in my own house. And it was the first time that I was like, oh, so maybe this is why other towns do not allow it. And I just wanted to make a comment because I actually went out to my road and was concerned at a point because I live on Pine Point Road and it was so thick that you could almost not see coming down the road because the neighbor was setting it off. And it was just an observation to me that I kind of wanted to comment on because I know that there's mixed feelings about it. But for the first time, I really felt impacted by, someone on a state route setting these off, creating what I thought was something very unsafe. I had to shut all my windows because my house started filling with smoke. It was just a comment that I wanted to make.
Any other updates or comments? No? Just as a reminder, we are going to have a special council meeting on August 2nd. I think we're going to try and start at an earlier time, if that works for folks. If 6:00 PM doesn't work, we can do a normal 7 o'clock, but trying to get it a little bit early to get everybody out earlier.
I think communications and ordinance, because we're all the same and none of us were available on the 10th. And now my memory has been jogged, and I think we tried to schedule our 2 meetings to land ahead of the council meeting, so. Oh, Liam's gonna correct me.
No, that's all right. It looks like we scheduled ordinance for August 24th at 4 to 5:30. And then we did schedule tentatively communications from 5 to 6 ahead of the 6 o'clock, but we probably could perhaps walk that back.
If 6 o'clock doesn't, if it turns out that 6 o'clock doesn't work, we just need to know so that we bump the communications meeting back. That's all.
Great.
Thank you for getting me straight for the second time.
Great. Any other comments? No? All right. Item 12 is adjournment. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? It's unanimous. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Who called 9:30? They won.